So today has been a little bit of a mess when it comes to trying to set up stream. We're live, finally. I've eaten, and my groceries have arrived. Which, yes, those were the two things that were causing the stream to be late. I can't be mad though. Like there's a road closed near me, and I think that's been fucking everything up. Like, it doesn't add that. It adds like 5 to 10 minutes extra, but still, like, it's also increasing traffic and shit like that at the same time. Is this an oven? No, this is gloom. There's a notorious there's two notorious. There's a Goldie and an... We're going with Goldie. In fact, earlier today, for the very first time, I got a Goldamar's pawn drop. The Magicite item. Yep. So we've had both Skull and Goldie drop their stuff. In case you're wondering why there's so many people, there was a BA run that just ended. Well, I say just ended. Probably just ended. Given that I was in here half an hour. But, the reason why I've come into Hydatos is because I have enough Hydatos crystals that we can do another relic. I have also set up this macro for my Hydatos crystals, which is basically just my gear set and HUD layout for Eureka, but with the icon for Hydatos crystals. What class were they that they didn't even get to hit it? You've got a ranged attack as a samurai. You should have used it. Oh, someone got the card. Congratulations. I really... don't want to do the... squid. So, I now have 5, 6, 7 crystals, and we are going to do the lance, and I'm hoping this one looks better than the Pyros version, because I was disappointed by the lance, but I just generally think that the lances tend to not look as good. At least so far. But I also don't particularly like Dragoon. So maybe I'm just biased. get to see the non-glowing form. Okay. I mean, it does kind of look like a dirty magnet on a stick. But, maybe it'll look better with the glow effect? The glow is too powerful. It, like, covers the entire weapon as well. Yeah, that just... Especially given that there's a fucking Lamberg blade going off separate from the main blade. Like, I don't know. It's not terrible, but it's not as good as the Zodiark relic. But then... Oh, I see. That is so unnecessary. That is such an unnecessary animation. Okay. Yeah. But, like, the fact that the pulsing colors affect the sort of the pommel, effectively. Even though the bit that's glowing is all the way up here is a bit bullshit. But I don't like it. I don't like it. But that does mean that we only have 5 relics left for Hydatos. I need 1,533 more Hydatos crystals. I can't be fucked doing Moloch. I just can't. I've spent a lot of time in Hydatos already today. I can't be fucked doing more. So let's switch out to something. The new glam. I mean, I was already using this chest piece, but I've changed some of the colours, and I'm now using the wind silk trousers because they look more grunge. I've also changed my black mage glam because I did another copied factory. And got the caster chest piece. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Don't remember if I've done anything else clan-wise. I don't think so since last time. Yeah, I think that's about it. Pardon me. Although I have changed the glams on my retainers. Just because it felt like it was about time. So, After is now also emo cat girl. Because why not? And then, because it is the only time I will ever be able to see this chess piece, we've used the hempen set on Sundrop, because they're in Ellison. And the Ellison hempen piece is surprisingly detailed. Alright, we're gonna chuck... I chucked it in the wrong place. And then I've just chucked it in. Okay, we're just gonna do that. Yeah, that works. You know what? Fuck you. I don't care. What we can do now, though, as you may have noticed by one of the other items that I have over here, is we can get the last 3 of the first stage of the Bosnia relics. Yeah. I was able to do that. Oh, and we could continue. We could continue and unlock the next stage of Bosnia. That might be good, because I know that that is fate farming. Oh yeah, I need to be the right jobs. What was it? I think it was just the aiming classes, right? Oh no, Black Mage is one of them. It's... Oh no, it's the casters. Black Mage, Summoner, and Red Mage are the ones that we've not done. I don't need to watch this. What you got for me? Soul Scourge? I mean... give that an interesting glow effect based around the crystal, and that's actually not bad. Legitimately. I would, if that has a decent glow effect on it, I wouldn't mind using that. Oh yeah, we don't need to be this anymore. So we want to be Summoner. Let's go. Yes, so that quest unlocks the southern front, so the first, like, exploration zone. I like the feathers. And I don't hate that, like, summoner's horn coming out of it. The pages themselves are kind of cool because they're dark. But I don't know, the book's just, the book itself is very rarely gonna be impressive. It's the effects that come off it that make it interesting. This is the last one. I mean, it's fairly standard, but I do like how it's a, it opens up. I do kind of like that. Again, that with a good glow effect I could really like, but the sword itself is a bit basic. Yeah, basic. I didn't mean to equip that. I keep pressing all the wrong buttons. Was that one? Yeah, fuck it. all of these in here. Yes. And then how long does Where Eagle's Nest take? I don't think it takes very long. But could I... Okay. I might... be able to unlock the next stage of the boss you run. Let's do that. We can look good whilst we do it. Where Eagle's Nest. It is good to see you, my friend. Though it came at great cost, I am pleased to say Master Geralt succeeded in reforging the weapons of Gunhilda's blades. Indeed, the Queen's illustrious guard has at last been reborn. When the deed was done, word quickly spread to every faction of the Bosnian resistance. My voice. But it's been a long day. When the deed was done, word quickly spread to every faction of the Bosnian resistance. As we had hoped, it has reaffirmed their resolve to press on and see our homes return to its former glory. In fact, our troop have already reclaimed Utya's Aegis, an outpost in the Bosnian southern front. When you're ready, I'd ask you to make for the front lines to better assess the situation for yourself. Gyros can show you the way. Who the fuck the what though? You. Hello. Blade Bun. I've been expecting you. If you'll come with me. Blade Bun. That should have been my name. The rules of engagement on the Bosnian Southern Front are different than what you'll have encountered before. The following pages contain a detailed explanation of what you may expect on the battlefield. Though it is possible to join the Bosnian Southern Front beginning at level 71, all players will be synced to level 80 while in the duty. Okay. All players are subject to a separate leveling system indicated by their resistance rank. Performing admirably in large-scale battles such as skirmishes and critical engagements will increase your mettle, akin to experience points. Simply defeating Imperial troops and beasts is not enough to prove your mettle. You must participate in successful military operations. So, to put it into terms of Eureka, you would only get experience from the notorious monster fates and not from just killing stuff. Okay. If you demonstrate sufficient mettle upon reporting to the resistance commander, your resistance rank will climb. Those of higher rank will gain access to more areas of the front, as well as additional quests. Your resistance rank will not increase unless authorized by the commander. Upon successful completion of a military operation, you'll gain regular experience points in addition to mettle. This experience will be applied to your job level as normal, so it is recommended that you consider using a job that has not yet reached level 80 to take advantage of the experience point. More information is available from Sieros in Gangos and your resistance comrades at the southern front. Interesting. Hello. Beg pardon, Blade Bun. Might I speak with you for a moment? It concerns Master Geralt and the resistance weapons. I presume he's already explained the method by which Gunhilda's blades refine their weapons, that being combat with formidable enemies. Master Geralt and Zlatan intended to employ similar methods to enhance the resistance weapons, but, well, they've hit something of a stumbling block. To make matters worse, Master Geralt, for reasons he refuses to explain, will offer no suggestions as to how they might proceed. Try as he might, Zlatan cannot convince him to expound on his thoughts. Quite frankly, we're at a loss. Yes, that's Zlatan. Off he fucks. Okay. Why is he hiding? Might we prevail upon you to inquire after Master Geralt? Yeah, worst case scenario, I'll involve his ex. What's the worst that can happen? This might be a much shorter quest than I thought it was going to be. Oh, it's you. Now, I know what you're thinking, but don't you go believing whatever nonsense they've been spouting about my work. Everything's going according to plan. He told me much of the same, and I believed him too at first. Yet he refuses to speak to me of this supposed work. Should I take my eyes off him for even a moment, a mug of ale will surely find its way to his hand. That's bollocks, and you know it. Where would I even keep all of this alleged ale, huh? Behind the forge, in the forge, buried beneath the palm tree next to your tent, the ammunitions depository. Anyone with a nose can tell when you've put back a few. Shows what you know. The ale in the ammunitions depository was shipped with the rest to the front lines. Couldn't knock one back even if I wanted. And lest you forgot, I furnished an entire squad of soldiers with them resistance weapons. Don't you think you're being just a wee bit demanding, breathing down my neck for more bells and whistles? It was trouble enough forging them in the first place without my muse, well... Has the master blacksmith finally reached his limit? Oi! You shut your mouth. You ain't but scratched the surface of my talent. Now, not my fault the inscriptions are proving so bloody difficult to refine. On top of that, they're getting in the way of any other improvements I might be able to make. Trouble is, they're what really gives a weapon their teeth. Their design, the materials used to forge them, that's all mostly for show. If you want your weapon to have more kick, the magic of the inscriptions needs to be more potent. I don't even know where to begin. That's indeed a curious predicament. How did the Gunhilda's Blades of Eld accomplish this, I wonder? Any thoughts? Perhaps they used a crystal focus? You mean those doodahs, what the seers used? By sound of it, the Bosnians used crystal for damn near everything what had to do with memory, even keeping memories of their fighting techniques. Yeah, that reminds me. We recently received a most interesting report from Gunhilda's Blades. Since taking the resistance weapons into hand, they've come across peculiar new crystals on the field, quite unlike anything previously discovered. That could be just what I'm looking for. There's no reason to believe they couldn't use those crystals on weapons, right? I'd wager me last flagon ale the Bosnians could use them crystals and their memories of battle to strengthen the enchantments on them inscriptions. Well, that's what I'm hoping anyway. While it may be too soon to jump to such conclusions, it certainly warrants investigation. Exactly. And me hunches when it comes to weapon work ain't never wrong. Of course, we can't know for sure till we have a few to try for ourselves, huh? I'll see if I can think of a way to make these memories into my plans. In the meantime, you can go and find as many as you can. A new resistance weapons quest is now available from Zlatan. I don't want to do it. I want to do it as Paladin first, so that I'm working my way along my spreadsheet in the correct order. Oh, it's for one of... yeah. Right then. As we discussed with Master Garrel, I'd ask that you procure memories for your weapon. How do I do that? If I may be frank, it's quite a relief to know we needn't rely on Mistress Rowena for this endeavour. The fashioning weapons for the new Gunhilda's blades was taxing enough on her coffers. Gods, I should think what more she could demand as payment. But I digress. Perhaps first we should consider what manner of memory would be suitable for our purposes. They should be memories of battle, of course, but the weapon's lineage can be traced to Bosnia, so perhaps memories of battle on the southern front would be ideal. And to add a personal touch, I should think a memorable battle from places in your past would do nicely. By my estimates, we'll need 3 varieties of memory, and 20 of each. When you've gathered what we need, we can consult Master Geralt on how best to proceed. Memories of the dying can be obtained in the field, fighting on the southern front, or from specific fates. Yep. So, Heavensward zones, basically. Just for the sake of us seeing Bosnia, I'm gonna go with it. Oh, new UI. Quartermaster. Ah, fuck you. I'm glad you could join us, Blade Bun. Not a moment too soon. Allow me to introduce you to Gunhilda's blades. The muzzle? I'm sorry, but one of these things is not like the others. I think I downloaded the wrong game. High Mage Zevon, Master of Flames. The fury of his art rivals even the fieriest hells. Isolde, the Eagle Eye. Brightest day or darkest night, no enemy will escape her sight. By Green Lantern's light. Stanek, the unwavering blade of Bosnia. The foes dashed against his shield are beyond counting. And then these chuckle fucks. Velibor, the baleful blade. His unbridled fury can fell entire cadres with a single stroke. Aggie, the iron fist of Bosnia. A young prodigy whose martial skills put even those most seasoned veterans to shame. Blaz, the merciful blade. No foe, however terrible, will dissuade his blade from finding its mark. Is this just showcasing the armor? Rest assured, this is not the Guard in its entirety. A number have already taken to the field and would benefit greatly from your presence, if you are willing. With Gunhilda's blades and the Warrior of Light leading the charge, it's only a matter of time before Castrum Lacus Litor is ours. Speaking of which, I believe you have yet to see the Castrum. If you'll follow me, I'll show you the object of our struggle here on the southern front. That just saying, no, I can't. Ah, Blade Bun, have you received word yet from Commander Badge Saljan? If not, I would be more than happy to apprise you of the conditions. Fuck you. Oh, I see. Oh, fitting that I'm in the tank. There it is. Castrum Lacus Litor, to use the Garlic moniker. Its true name is Alalok, which means eagle in Bosnian, as they too once made their home in its cliffs. To our people, they are a symbol of strength and good fortune, both of which were sorely needed when the Empire first invaded. But we needn't dwell on past failings. Now we have a chance to reclaim what is rightfully ours. To remind the people what it is we stand to gain, I have chosen to call this initiative Operation Eagle's Nest. Like the great eagle, we must strike hard and swift. And with you at our side, I have no doubt we shall see this through to a glorious end. But before you rush into battle, I believe Makoto wished to discuss the crystal focus with you. Good tidings, perhaps? Oh, after. Rather exciting news to share. As you may recall, the energies of the crystal focus were spent on our exploration of Sid's memories. After careful analysis, we've concluded that it can, in fact, absorb ether in a similar fashion to the aura site we discovered in Edelise. This assumes, of course, we have a suitable source of energy matching its ethereal frequency. Therein lies the problem. Crystals bearing such a specific ethereal signature are quite rare. We could never hope to amass the quantities needed. Were we to locate an ether current of the correct frequency, however, charging the focus would be a matter of course. Unfortunately, such currents exist only in regions of Bosnia rife with Imperials. Makoto wished to wait until the fighting died down, but as I explained to her before, time is a luxury we can ill afford. I'm sure you understand better than anyone that the bloodsheds will only cease when a victor is decided. The death toll climbing ever higher on both sides. The horrors of this war weigh heavy on the hearts of our people. Burden which could be eased were we able to employ the crystal focus, healing wounds not of the flesh but of the mind. Plans to locate the ether current are well underway, but I suspect your help would see them expedited. Might we ask for your assistance in this endeavor? Pressed for time as we are, Sid has already begun work on a monitoring device to locate a sufficient source of ether. I would join him and see to the final preparations. In the meantime, I'd ask the two of you to investigate a location I believe to be near an ether current. Sorry for interrupting, but a few of our soldiers wish to have a quick word before you depart. I expect their intelligence will prove useful when you're in the field. I appreciate your willingness to help, but must you always place yourself in such peril? I'm sorry. I understand you only do what must be done. We all have our roles to play, and I promise to fulfill mine as best I can. Stay safe out there, won't you? Yeah. But can I now? I can now actually explore the region. So there are baits already but these were the years. We are not doing Bosnia just yet. We will come back to it. Do not worry. But I am now in a much better space when it comes to things that I need to track. Although I suppose I do need to track the different clusters. That can wait a minute. Anyway, to what we are actually supposed to be doing today, which is MSQ. Let's go. I should move that. So we are on 5.2, which means we have 10 quests for this patch. And if I can, I'd like to get through all of them today. That does include a dungeon, and I don't know if there's any instanced level synced moments as well. After, my, what a pleasant surprise. If you've come to inquire after the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the first and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. After. It's been far too long, my friend. Forgive me, I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Alden, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Ah, yes. I have heard stories of a defector from Garlemald. Never mind that. You said you have urgent news. Indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil. A sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we've welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Alden has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished I extend this invitation. It seemed time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone. Though I'm not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single Scion with all of this. Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan Quarter with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two! There is a curse around me drinking from cans. I don't understand it. There is a curse. And it always strikes on stream. Hello! No crashing. What did it say? Commander Alden wants to see us in the place. Voice acted? Oh, hi, Gaius!
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
Although we've never seen
We
him
meet
without his
again,
helmet.
hero of Eorzea. Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Oh no, we saw him in the burn.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed, few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you.
Fair point.
And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Is this setting up Endwalker, or is
Though
this...
we can ill afford to ignore the
transition?
coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Well, worst case scenario, we'll just kill Graha. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon. The threat of a new Ultima weapon. With each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I'll not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first. I'm sorry, there's... Oh, I know what that is. Oh, is that how they're doing it? Okay. So, Ruby, Diamond, and Emerald weapon, I think, are all in this game. The weapons from Final Fantasy VII. They are the other extreme trials for Shadowbringers. Or at least some of them. And I knew that it was going to have something to do with Garlemald, because it was the only... It was either going to be Garlemald or the Allegans. It didn't make sense for it to be anything to do with the first, because there hasn't really been Machina in the first. I mean, aside from the golems, but yeah. Anyway, but I didn't know how it was going to be that they came about. But if it's to do with the research into creating an Ultima weapon, that kind of makes sense. Ultima weapon is literally one of the weapons. That's where it got its name from. But we're not going to start that just yet. I want to try and get into patch 5.3, because then we can unlock all of like the Eden raids. I think we unlock most, if not all of, well, no, probably not all of Bosnia, but we will have at least unlocked everything we can do in the Southern Front, I think. I don't know if there's a requirement beyond where we're at now, to be honest, for the MSQ. We'll see. Anyway, the way home. I take it you're ready to return to the first. Then I would ask that you apprise the others of recent events here in the source, namely Xenos' return and the development of a new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal ether stable. Safe travels. I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. had to work out where the fuck I was going for a minute there. What do I want to do this as? Fuck it. Bard. Bard is what I'm leveling at the minute. So I've finished leveling Ninja up to 98. So we now have one of every armor type leveled to 98. So it's just Reaper and Viper for the melee DPS that I haven't leveled, and it's just Picto for the non-limited casters. Healer, honestly, Healer is the one that I will have the easiest time leveling, so I'm kind of trying to leave those for last. And I need to work on tanks, which will be starting with Paladin. I just really don't want to play Paladin. That's the main reason I've not done it. Worst case scenario, I should really be leveling something using PvP, but I've been prioritizing my other roulettes. Which I shouldn't be. I should be prioritizing front lines. Because you can only do front lines when there's a bunch of other people. So you kind of have to do it during the peak times, whereas even if it's off-peak, there's usually someone doing the other duties. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul, and a means to return the Scions home. I trust you too have been making good use of your time. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I'll summon the others that we might all be apprised of the situation. Oh, they brought the Numu with them. I suppose it makes sense. We just went through an entire series of quests to get him here.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
Shit's fact, mate.
A new Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts, In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allegan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
Hey,
I
fellow
do hope you
member.
haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness.
So,
But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
okay, bye.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Come along then, Twink. It's important to have your emotional support, Twink. I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it will be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? We have little time, so I'll be brief. Sin Eater has been spotted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it. A Sin Eater? I had heard some few yet remained after the night had returned, but perhaps we should call the others. That will not be necessary. It is only a single Sin Eater. A simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Let's be about it then. Excellent. Let us make for Fort Job. Oh, that's something else that I've done. I got Lakeland's Shared Fates up. So I'm halfway through the zones for Shadowbringers. Yep. And one of the rewards for level 3, instead of being like a minion or a mount, is barding. Yeah, I have barding. I should take this off my... I mean, it's still January. So it's not that bad, but it just feels a little weird. Oh, something else that I have done is I got the Fey Guiba from Titania Extreme. Which looks like this. It's very World of Warcraft to me. Like, both the design and the colours, it just feels very wow. But also, Titania's music is a bomb. If you'd wait here a moment, I will gather the others. Okay, so we've got 2 red shirts and a blue shirt. Do we reckon the blue shirt will be the one to die first? Subvert the trend? You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door that day after the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd have likely stepped through, and I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes. I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, filled me with dread. But that is no way to honor her or my comrades. So I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. Pleasure to meet you, miss. Truly, it seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight astride a Namaro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think the Yulmorian soldiers were once locked blades with are now on our side, but we'll do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. We seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Lena. Elderly gentleman asked I escort him to Clearmelt. It took longer than I anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need. A soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honoured guests. It won't happen again. Name's Thelia. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. He's the only one that gets a flashback. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to her. Don't give up. Don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart, and the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. My friends got to see the Knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what were to come. There are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know, so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. Your heroism has inspired all our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting. I have killed a dragon here so many times. Oh, hello. Oh, they've already killed it. Good job, guys. Didn't need me after all. Group hug in the showers tonight.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness? And he says, no, I'm a warrior of light. And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
Odd bird?
A warrior of light?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be her. The warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
On your way.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat.
I just want to know whether or not it was up.
As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Aye.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
From one bun to another.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
We gonna have a pillow fight and talk about boys? I wouldn't be against it.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch.
Ah, daddy issues, yeah.
Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man. A younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
He's lost without you, you know? And he misses you already.
He. Are you sure? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
You're a good daughter. These have been some not overly long quests. I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. Well, I may as well just yoink. Please do it. The others were quite shocked to hear what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, there's a proposal I should like to make. I've been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I've noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light, as well they should. Nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin-eaters, or worse. Regardless or whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry their sudden appearance, in conjecture with this renewed interest in their predecessors, may lead to a growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I too can attest to the falsehoods found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I am not surprised to see their roles distorted and then painted as villains. Were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, the knowledge has no use, for when I arrived here in the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remained those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought to justice the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Vobert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as sin-eaters is absurd. Well, they did kind of turn into them. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains deserving only of resentment. 8. At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbur who helped you overcome Emet-Selch, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. I've shared this with a select few, but few in all must be told of his sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alphino's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the Warriors of Light and the flood that followed in their wake. Well, what say you after? Spread the word! Then we're all of one mind on the matter. Good. Exarch, may I ask you to continue working with Beck-Lug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium in the Excedra. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, words will spread and more will accompany them. See you, Graha. So where the who the what the fuck? No, that's the what the who the fuck. After. My, what a wonderful surprise. Though I hope your being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, I have had far fewer patients coming through my door of late. Which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. Oh, I jest, of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. The truth about the Warriors of Light. But the Exarch has already spoken with me about them. Well, if there's more to the tale, I'd very much like to hear it. Teleport. Or not. Oh, it's not in the crystalline meat. Oh wait, no, it is. It's just it's above the crystalline meat. Well, well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Grenold not long ago. He says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean, and that she inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I'd say the latter's far more impressive. To think fate could bring the two of you together in such a place. I'm sorry. You mean the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Well, whatever he's left unsaid, I'm all ears. No, this can't be. Surely there is at least one book here that does not cast the Warriors of Light and their deeds in such a negative light. Oh, after. Forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity's been bustling with visitors of late, but I fear our repository lacks for the knowledge they seek. People wish to know the truth of the flood, of the Warriors of Light. I've searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin-eaters, abominations worth only of scorn and resentment. I know they were not always judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof, and I dare call myself a librarian. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the Warriors of Light? Of the Flood? How wonderful! You've regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. Dirty bastard. No. Whilst I'm here... Oh. Yep, that's a great headpiece. Yep. Come browse wares in the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, whatever it may be. Under Yulmore's new leadership, trade's never been more prosperous. Word is that fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks taken over as mayor. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Norvrand reaps the benefits. But you've not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind? I see. The Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning the night into Norvrand. Alright, consider my interest piqued. Well, well, to what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you be brief. With the night returned, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium. I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it, though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. The truth about the Warriors of Light? But you already told me all there is to know, didn't you? Well, if there's more to their story, I'd love to hear it. Maybe then I can compete with Celia in regaling patrons with stories of their heroism. Perhaps I'll even inspire a few aspiring adventurers. There you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we've swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for the people to gather.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Yes. That's right. I will show you pictures in my mind. By just flapping my lips up and down. Yes. I wave my hands a little bit and it's like a Jedi mind trick.
make it white. The Warriors of Light did all that?
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
Hold up. Hey, Ardbert. That doesn't look like his eyes. Or at least not his gaze. You see him too?
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Oh yeah,
Nay.
because isn't...
Yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
Isn't Alphino deathly
What
afraid
in
of
the
ghosts?
world?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
That it should be the warrior of darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time, though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may. People of the Crystarium, I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a warrior of light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I.
I don't trust it.
I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when she must return to her home.
Not wrong.
But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
What? Us? Warriors of Light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
I still don't trust him. But he is saying good things. I like your words, funny magic man.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired under the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
Thank you, Alpha.
So, that is a warrior of light of the first.
Oh yeah, you would have never seen him.
I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
It looks like him, and it sounds like him, but it isn't him.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emet-Selch. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
He's possessed by an Ascian.
That he is an Ascian.
We killed Emet-Selch.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree.
Elidibus is still around, and then there's... Well, Elidibus is the
From
main...
what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes.
Elidibus is the main one.
Needless to say, 4 of them were
last
subsequently
big ones.
exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known.
That's also true.
Thus evicted from his borrowed form and cognizant no doubt of Emet-Selch's failure here in the first, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen. My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light.
I'd forgotten about that.
On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. 'Twas only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emet-Selch single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while La Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Okay. I like that we very quickly worked out it's Elidibus. I mean, there's not a lot of other options, but... Oh! We're gonna go see the Bun Buns! You did well to dispel the falsehoods surrounding the Warriors of Light and their actions prior to the Flood. I must say, the reappearance of Ardbert, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an imposter, of that there is no doubt. To the masses, he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight, prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony. I, for one, would like to know why Ardbert urged the people to become warriors of light themselves. Ere we take action, we must needs ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alphino returneth soon with that most essential knowledge. For now, I think it's best to apprise Thancred and Ryan of our efforts. When we do confront Ardbert, we shall no doubt have need of their strength. Agreed. I think it prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Beck Lug and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that I might one day carry you home. That it might one day carry you home. And I think it time I return to the Greatwood. Until now, everything we've learned of the Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Emet-Selch's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received word from Fanal that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Katana Ravel. Almet believes the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization, that of the Ascians, perhaps. They may lead us to the truths we seek. Would you care for company? I wouldn't dream of going without you. When you're ready, make for Fanau. Alma and her sisters will be expecting us. Then let us be about our tasks. Pray, give my regard to the V's. Fanau. Hey. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We've accomplished much since last you came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we've at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Raktika Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined the innermost chambers were warded by magic. We all were in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. From what you've told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom my comrades and I seek can be found within. This wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see. Then it is good that you have come, for Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. And it is our duty to ensure you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now. Surely any threats sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we've faced thus far. This is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh? And who was it pining for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins? Clutching a staff at night, wishing it were... You promised not to tell! Then I suggest we be going. Get back here! Remind me, exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's for the better I do not know. Pray, forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that is not easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm, and if not for your sedulous? sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. I do not know that word. Show of a personal action showing dedication and diligence. Sedulous. No. Speaking of which, I believe I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for the Katana Ravel. Oh, okay. We've got a level sync section. Oh, I'd forgotten about the lie. I'd forgotten about the lie. It is most strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes. Okay.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
That's right, they're almost Eastern European.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast.
It looks kinda like the Light Warden.
Though that much is plain from its proportions.
No, not Light Warden.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed. Why you... Ugh.
The Sin Eater, that's the one. It kind of looks like the Sin Eater.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead.
I think I have a memory of this. Less so this cutscene, because I'm pretty sure I skipped it, but what comes next? Bring me an owl.
As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism. Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
What? But I only... What is happening?
Put it back. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Oh. It's teleported us. I think this is the first time we've ever been forced into a teleport. Hi. Why am I getting Sphinx from Dragon's Dogma 2? Luxord? Is that you? Yeah, I do have a memory of this. You trespass, mortal, upon sacred ground. In retribution, 4 souls have I bound. Yet to heroes proven learned and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. If you would see their set free, answer me these riddles 3. Deft of poor, with kin do I vie, though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. What am I? Deft of poor, with kin do I vie, betterment of the whole do our efforts decry. I would assume curl, because that's the only one that has... Well, there's 2 that have paws. Betterment of the whole. Alas, 'twas the Oppo, keen and shrewd, its spirit exalts ingenuity, the virtue by which the Ronkins said some shit. For this mistake, a single talisman I shall take. With fearsome fang I travel with pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack. Well, this will be the wolf. That one's a lot more obvious. Indeed, 'twas the spirit of the wolf their doctrines praised, that they would know peace and harmony to the end of their days. Yeah, sorry, your sister's dead. On my belly do I crawl, by my strength does prosperity reign within our hall. What am I? The serpent. Indeed, the dread serpent turned protector, lured to slumber ere it tear the world asunder. Desire you that which I yet claim? Then we shall play another game. A test of mind and memory. Choose wisely, and you all may yet go free. Twixt these talismans hides friend and foe. Choose your companions well, or sorrow know. Oh. Oh, there you go. I mean, I already already found Y'shtola, but is there also the other one? No, I just have to go through all the... Oh no, she is here! Your comrades are assembled together at last. Yet still there remains one trial you must pass. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take measure of your worth. One worthy of she who the Ronkans extolled must be strong of mind, body, and soul. Finally! This is what I was expecting to find here in the ruins. Careful, sisters.
No mercy!
Hold nothing back. Failure of this test does not appear to be an option. Quickly, fan out before it strikes. Its sights are set on Y'shtola. Hurry, we must protect her. Hurry! We have to save her! Smart. Being smart. Mechanics. That's just them showing off that they can make the AI understand mechanics. Do anything else, or is this the phase where nothing really happens? You may think you've won, but we have only just begun. Anime. Summoning friends. Poison, come, gather round me. Reinforcements. Leave them to me. Okay. Oh, except for that one. Sorry, these ones. We mustn't waste time with this slime. Focus on the Guardian. Go with them, you're all. Well fought, hero. The trial is complete. The way is open, and something that rhymes with complete. The knowledge you seek? Seek, complete, It's not great.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
We were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber. A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation. So potent was her spellcraft, though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I for one always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
He had the echo.
Naught less than the echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emet-Selch invited us to witness in Amarot? The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence.
You have to come up with a theory to test.
Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
Then you must recall Emet-Selch's dying request.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emet-Selch and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fana will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
By your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding, and thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebears, of histories learned, not lived. The legend of Tuna and her exploits has been told countless times over the centuries. Yet, as it is handed from one generation to the next, the story changes. With each telling of the tale, there are new flourishes, details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will endure long after you are gone. And though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we shall do our best to preserve your story. I hope you'll forgive me if I don't make an oath of my own, but I think it goes without saying we could never misspeak of your heroism. Perish the thought, so long as we are here, there are none among the V's who would not know of what you have done for Northrend. We're not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful, all the same. You can be certain we'll have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Raktika and the ruins of Ronka. I pray you safe travels then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms. Although we learned naught of the Ascians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there's a small matter I would attend to in Slitherbough. Might I trouble you to come with me? Thank you. After we arrive, we should have a brief word with Runar. Ladies. And I ran through them riding my gorilla, as you do, and the game threw up an unexpected error. Why would it do that? I can't think of anything unusual happening. Master, it is good to see you. You have arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, I will ready a place for you. I'm sorry, Runar, but we haven't the... Please, I insist! It will only take a moment. He's happy to see you. My apologies. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed. But perhaps only for a bit, if you assist me with my work. I say work, but it's rather more a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Slitherbough from top to bottom. If you would be so kind as to go and fetch a broom from Aesgeir, we must finish before Runar is done cooking. Okay. A broom for Master Matoya? I cannot imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here you are. It is old, but sturdy, and sure to suffice. Is she gonna animate it? And there's another crash. Okay, good. I trust Aesgeir was able to find a broom for us. Well worn. Good. This would prove difficult otherwise. Though I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Right. Anyway, it's time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. Yeah, I had a feeling. This isn't how you use a broom. You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. That broom's more than capable of sweeping by itself. Or rather, it will be. Time to rise, to swish and sweep, a tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound, until no dust is to be found. Jesus Christ. You made it smaller. In this one particular respect, I've no objection to following in Master Matoya's footsteps. In future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. I will dearly miss this place, these people. Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew's ready. Sad kitty. Is something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. No, everything is fine, I assure you. It has been a long day, is all. I see. You stole her. Thank goodness you're still here. Eh? What's up? Alphino? I thought you were following Arpa. I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every ilm of Northrend in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. and it seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become warriors of light themselves. There's no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Well, we're all agreed that this is just another Asian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen warrior of light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is, in all likelihood, Slitherbough. Alizé, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Holric and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting for all of us. The best thing I can do now is let them rest. So I believe we were about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be warrior of light. Before visiting any towns or villages, Arnbert would hunt down and slay a nearby sin-eater to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Rhine are returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Rhine believeth that one may lurk beneath the boughs of Woven Oath. And that is where we shall start our search. Master Matoya. A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. Hey, Thrill, how you doing? Would have been here sooner, but you wasn't. The eloquent man, as always. It's no worries. I mean, I would have started streaming earlier, but I didn't. To be fair, my grocery delivery was already later than I wanted it to be when I booked the slot. So I normally try and get it delivered before 7. But instead, today it was the delivery slot between 7 and 8. And then it got delayed, so it didn't actually arrive until like 8:15. Which isn't their fault, just... yeah. And because the grocery delivery was late, and because they cancelled, like, the ready meals that I had put on the order, I had to order in a takeaway so that I'd have food for tonight. Okay, that's the 5th crash. Let me reset. Because there is something about Raktika that the game is not loving right now. You got pulled into that FF13 and the child's only just gone to bed, slept pretty much all the afternoon. Yeah. It do indeed happen. So, this weekend, my parents are visiting in order to help me do some crap around the house. Mainly painting. But, like, Neff and I had only painted in this room and the living room. But we still hadn't done like any of the rest of the house. So I'm gonna try and get on top of that. Like the bedroom really needs a new coat of paint, and there's like holes and blank patches from when the previous owners had stuff up on the walls. So yeah, that one needs dealing with. I should fix. There's some holes in the wall from when we tried to drill to fit a mirror that I should also fix. Now that I've thought about it, because the holes are covered up by the mirror. Yeah, that's something that I should do. So Friday, there will probably not be a stream. Saturday, there won't be one. Sunday, if there is one, it will be starting late. And I will have been doing some decoration, probably. So if there is a stream on Sunday, it'll probably be more Final Fantasy. But then Monday and Tuesday, I have the days off work, partially to recover from the weekend of DIY. So there will probably be streams during the day then, but I still have stuff to do in the evenings. So there'll be during the day streams that end around 5:30, 6-ish, probably. But that's the plan for the next few streams.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Issa friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world. So we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
Hey, Quizzled Puzzle, how you doing?
It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it? But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
Extend a friendly fist. Fist bump.
Poor fellow. He will be sorely missed.
He's still alive, you bastard. I thought you were supposed to be good at this. Come on, Elizabeth.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense. After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive. Yes, it is I, Elidibus. Through your time in Emet-Selch's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emet-Selch's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emet-Selch. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable, but I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves.
See what you did there.
There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any. I have my duty.
Wait!
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least, and 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emet-Selch came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emet-Selch's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
Because you don't make me do any more chores.
Keep that up and I'll send you to bed without supper.
Yes, mummy. I mean, what?
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Alphino has the right of it. Let us pay visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tolsh Ath first. As chieftain, he's doubtless privy to a great many secrets. Sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us? Ruins which your kind have yet to explore. We see. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I am afraid we can spare none to guide you there. And what circumstances are these? Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Benthos have pillaged our stores of Myrni liver. They must be replenished with haste. Benthos, a particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall. Abandoned bottom feeders. We all lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it, when they prey upon your kind. Do not be fooled. They care not who they harm. Would that we had the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they have stolen from us. But there is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt. Or the game could crash. Without even an error message. Apparently, it doesn't like the MSQ. Because these are the most error messages that I've had. And the most crashes that I've had in a while. But I don't play whilst streaming as much as well. So maybe some of it is just OBS interacting with shit. 'Cause try that and see if it helps. So it's not just Eureka, it happens. And for me, it does appear to happen most often in larger, or at least historically, it tended to happen more when I was in, like, Alliance content or PvP or, you know, stuff where there's a lot of people. And I kind of figured it was something to do with other player physics, which it could still be with the MSQ, and it's just rather than it being other players, it's the other scions. But I don't know. It's very annoying, but I don't know how to try and fix it at this point. I mean, I could lower a bunch of settings, but I don't know which one it is that would help, and it's not consistent enough of an issue that I can reliably test it. Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you. It seems a fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes. One good turn and all that. What? I thought you might say that. You've never been one to miss an opportunity to help. Reclaiming the stores it is, then. We would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Benthos have surely taken the livers back to Flounder's Floor. But be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. Then we'll have to care not to draw their attention, shall we? Or I could just ride a fat cat through the air until we get them. I'm just spitballing. I do love how, aside from Heaven's Ward, flight has never been acknowledged by the story, because it's almost always optional that you unlock it. Fat cat is definitely a win. Yep. In fact, earlier today, from one of my retainers, I got the Fat Cat Bank, which you can bet your ass I am going to be putting in my house. Fuck you. Game doesn't like Alpha. Apparently. Is this the location that has the enemies that you can guide their death? No. But it has an A rank? These boxes are filled with assorted vegetables. Liver is not a vegetable. On cursory sniff, you detect the faint aroma of fresh oranges, a far cry from the rather memorable scent of Nyan liver. Surely it should be Neri. Right? I haven't forgotten why we're here, I swear. Only this bird hasn't taken its eyes off me since I found it. I think it might be lonely. Okay. Neither did the community at first, liking Alphino, I'm sure. But you know, he is. I remember I was watching one of Wrath Games' videos for solo only, where he's going through Final Fantasy XIV like an Iron Man challenge from RuneScape. And he got to talking about Final Fantasy XIV conspiracy theories, like how Tataru is secretly a primal, and Alphino is incredibly buoyant. And I just love. I love some of the bullshit that they did with Alphino, and just him learning how to swim. Like that one cutscene from Stormblood where you see him flop into the water. From the squelching noise they make when prodded and the vile stench, you conclude that these bags are bursting with livers. Brilliant. Are those them? Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems that Benthos have been raiding Calusian storehouses as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkin, wheat. But we can discuss this after we've seen the livers safely back to Tolshath. Wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. What the fuck am I doing? I'm relieved to see you unspeared. Alizé is more likely to be the one with all the sporting trophies, fencing being the most prominent. Very true, yeah. Although prior to being a red mage, she was the less accomplished mage, wasn't she? Not that we particularly interacted with her prior to the Coils of Bahamut. But in my mind, Alphino is the more magical, whereas Alizé is the more physical, the more martial prowess. But you don't really see her do anything with that until she's learned to be a red mage. But Alphino is about to go through a class change in Endwalker, which is about one of the only things I know in Endwalker, which is very obvious because you see it from the fucking opening cinematics and stuff. Like how I know that Kryl is going to become a Pictomancer in Dawntrail, because it's just fucking impossible to miss. Oh, precious livers! I knew you would not fail. We also found all manner of foodstuffs from Calusia in the Flounder's floor. Tell me, Tolshath, does that seem odd to you? It is brazen, to be sure. I'm reminded of rumours I've heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Calusian warehouses. The perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone's realised what's happened. The Yulmorian army's been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they've struggled so is that they're quarries of the sea. The true question, then, is what we mean to do about it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe the ruins are, in fact, key to the Benthos plans. She was the reveal on Red Mage. She just had to cumbersomely deal with a paladin sword until then. I thought that she was a scholar. Not a scholar. An arcanist, same as Alphino. Because I swear, I remember the section during Cause of Bahamut where they have the paired grimoires from Louisoix. That then they join together. But I have slept since then. it's been I don't even know how long it's been since we did Cause of Bahamut. It's been at least 6 months. I forget how long it took us to get through A Realm Reborn, to be honest. I could find out. The book would summon the sword from the book, as in Solo with the Warriors of Darkness. Yeah, because she does... She's forming the blade... When she starts out as Red Mage, she's forming the blade from pure ether. And it isn't until she gets the new weapon from Urianger. So... Yes. I did the Binding Cause of Bahamut in May. Damn. Is that so? These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We've seen signs the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in light of the knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources, it is clear that their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young, and food for both queen and hatchlings. Well, we can hardly fault them for that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning, its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There's only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge upon the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. If they're planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed. I doubt that this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yes. Once you reach its depths, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the sea floor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward. I'm afraid the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. If what we seek lieth deeper still, beyond Amarant, I would call upon the assistance of another. It doesn't matter what I take. That flash of black, I had tried limiting the frame rate in OBS to see if that helped with the crashes, but given that I'm still getting error messages popping up, it's probably not that. Though our course hath been decided, to pursue it we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. Pray, follow me to Sullen that we might seek an audience with him once more. I'm not doing very good at voicing Urianger today. I'm not doing a very good with any voice. I'm not doing very good with any of the voices. There we go. Okay, well, A Whale's Tale is the third last quest in 5.2. And it is the last quest before the quest which unlocks the next dungeon. So we're of a good pace to finish 5.2 tonight, which was my goal. It just, yeah, we also had to do, well, we didn't have to, but we also did the unlocking the Bosnian Southern Front and things like that. Given that it took me, what, 2 weeks to get all of the first stage Bosnian relics, like, that really makes me think that I know that it's a lot more poetics that are needed for Endwalker relics, but I really don't think the Endwalker stuff is going to take that long. Although that is assuming that I'm still doing like Bosnia, and Bosnia gives tombstones like Eureka does, which I believe it does. Don't imagine it wouldn't. And I'm pretty sure we had it confirmed already that it gives tombstones. From here, we press onward to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. You've perfected your technique, then? Just so. The water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provideth purchase, fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh, I certainly will. Forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? Aye, 'twould be a pity if you drowned, truly. Oh, hush. I'm sure it'll be brilliant. So he's learned how to be Jesus instead of learning how to swim properly. He's done it! Incredible! Uh-oh. Urianger! The love of... It's a concentration spell, and he lost concentration. Isn't there a boat? Just take the fucking boat! Mine apologies. The technique requireth the purest of focus, and mine 'twas lacking. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the Fwath, and with their aid, mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit toward the end there. Perhaps you're simply tired? Oh. It's their ether. Thancred! What does Y'shtola think? It's nothing to worry about. Only a dizzy spell. Though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Luckily, there's a boat. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention. I'm certain you'll agree. It's a fucking boat. Orianji really just went, fuck all of y'all, I'ma be Jesus. I'll petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than mine experimental magics. Ah yes, whale speak. You speak with the voice of the king, little neighbours. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, serene one. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favour. After our last flight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. With all haste shall it be done. Bitch has got crabs. We need to deal with them. So, did he agree? Aye, though I agreed to a favour in kind. Regrettably, 'tis not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath asked us to cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me naught. Oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? After and I are more than capable of that. With the Kojin's blessing, we'll have it done within moments. And better that than standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you the left. Now go! You mean we don't get to see Alphino flounder? I am in your debt. After a good deal of prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle. Just don't mind me jamming my Bosnian resistance weapon to try and unseat a barnacle. Definitely what the Gunhilda blades were designed for. Thine efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I'll inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. Much, much better. Thank you, little ones. I remember a long time ago, another did this favor for me. After the flood, when I chose this spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred. He was not afraid. No, he asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He was Kenna. He told me he wished to live in peace, away from his people and their wars. This I understood. I treasured our time together, brief though it was, brief though it always is. But I remember him, and how he laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I too slept that day, and many days since. But the light fades and the darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs. And together we fly. And I am here. I am awake. It feels good to speak and be heard again. A shame others cannot understand me. If thou art willing to learn, I would gladly teach thee the language of man. Thank you, little friend. But it is time I grant you your request. But first I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I would not have you struck by errant debris. My fucking eye, man. So this island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. Pull it out. I hope you mean my eye. Because I don't know how that is going to help my eye. Or is this just it? It's reached that point of the night where Thrill just starts going, pull it out. We shall find out. He passed not even 100 years ago. Yet the truth has slipped from history like so many grains of sand. Might I have some explanation of what he just said? Or shall we all stand about making vague and mysterious allusions? While he maketh ready to deliver us unto our destination, Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shore of Calusia. That's all. I feel as though there was more to it. Indeed, there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon. Fine. Later, then. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite? For Urianger and Thancred in particular. I require no such thing. I am the picture of perfect health. Mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account. You mustn't push yourself so, please! Rest! For me? Oh, all right. If you insist. You two! You've been running yourself ragged. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. In that case, I leave the old men in your care. The rest of us will meet you at the Split Hull anon. I mean, Thancred does have white hair. Word of advice, never let it show. When she realizes she's struck a nerve, she remembers. Like the gods, she remembers. In any case, if we must be made to rest, I know a place in Sullen that's better for it than most. Come with me. Oh, we're right here. May as well have a seat. We wouldn't want our elderly knees to give out. To hear her speak, you'd think I'm on my deathbed. By the 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Thy countenance belies thy words, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show I am here under protest. Though, I can't say I mind the view. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? Help! Someone! Help! Quickly! It's Nightshade! We was attacked on the roads from the Crystarium. Barely escaped with my life. I suppose we might have predicted this. You mean you'll help? For free? Thank you. If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us over much. No more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation at any rate. That's right. We have a healer, a DPS, and a tank. We'll be fine. We've got a perfect composition. Although now, the itch has moved from my eye to my nose. It's a sign that I need to think about ending soon. These two have matters well in hand, by the looks of it. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again. Hiya. Is that you, milady? Don't tell me we just deprived that poor fellow the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, huh? Why, I believe I even recognize your companion. Ah, yes. From the infirmary. You had a message for the Crystal Exarch, did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet. And on patrol, no less. It's nothing as official as all that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty. But as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less travelled roads a look. The guard doesn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see. That's admirable. There are few so devoted to their duty, in Lakeland or beyond. Well, we've been talking about it for a while, and neither of us is satisfied with just seeing out our service. It feels like we could be doing more. Like, we should be doing more. It's all about having the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through. I remember you, the excitable one. Sorry, milady. I got a bit overexcited the other day. Couldn't get my words out. The name's Vonard, milady. I'm with the Guard, but I don't just want to protect Lakeland. I want to protect the lot, just like the Warriors of Light. Sadly, our duties prevent us from venturing too far from our little corner of Northrend. What we'd really like to do is travel, to better ourselves and go where the need's greatest. But everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the odd fisherman, then that's what we'll do. Well, well. Future heroes of the First, do you think? They want not for spirit. 'Tis but a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. Yet it availeth us naught to fret in idleness. We must needs press on if we are to bring Elidibus's schemes to light. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the ruins may hold. Aye, and I doubt further contemplation of Elidibus's machinations will be conductive to relaxation. We may as well make for the split hull now. Conducive, not conductive. I apologise. The split hull, well, I know that it's going to be Clusia, so if I head to right... I think the split hull is the shipworks near right? Right? Right. Or, game could crash again. The game really just doesn't want me to do the MSQ, apparently. To be honest, at this point, it's probably that my computer needs to restart. More than it being a specific issue with the game. But it's still unfortunate. Hurry the fuck up. A good old-fashioned queue. Yeah. Oh, I managed to get Fat Cat twice in a row. Must be my lucky day. All are present. Now we need but wait Bismarck's coming. Tis time. Pray, make ready. Okay, well... Could I solo this? Level 80 content. Maybe? One way to find out. You'll team up with me if you want to, by all means. I forget, do I have to use a friend? Don't believe so. Party Finder it is. Beep. Boop. Easy as that. Hello. Let's do it. Do you want to go in as white mage? I feel like I always do summoner. Summoner's really good DPS. I've been playing a lot of red mage because of Eureka, so fuck it, let's do red mage. What's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? I've done this dungeon once, I think. And I mainly just remember the first part of it, where you're on Bismarck. Because there's a certain enemy from Eureka that shows up. But this is the last bit of content that I did on my previous character. After this, everything's brand new. Hello.
No, Anna es los vision.
I suppose it starts with the squid. Actually, is this the first time the squid model gets reused after Eureka? And these guys from Soup? Okay, no, they reused more of Eureka than I thought. Specifically from Hydatos. Although it does make sense, given that this is all underwater. Ooh, but the music, though. Surprisingly jazzy. And here we see the coral reefs, majestic, surviving thousands of years, untouched by mankind. Oh shit, we just broke it. There he is. And PTSD. At least we didn't have to deal with fluorescence. Yep, and so of course we've made our way into the underwater ruin temple thing, and the first thing that we're going to fight is some weird fish T-Rex. You know, unsurprisingly, it's unknown what its name is, but... I don't remember what that mechanic is. Oh, okay. That's what that mechanic is. Well, that's fine. We're not going to see it again. Oh. Never mind. Maybe we will. Bye-bye. What are the drops from this one? Oh, they're the Animenis stuff, because of course they are. That's what this dungeon is. They're fighting. Do my job for you. I have not played any red mage above level 70, so this is weird. It's weird having my complete moveset. Hello. Bits of the music for this game, for some reason, remind me of, like, sitcoms or game shows. Oh, good old crash. Kiclops. Because the Cyclops was kicking themselves. Yeah, I figured they'd just resolve in the same order. Wow. Both shit. No more spawning mobs. I forget what even comes of it, but no. Bad. Bad fishman. You bastards! Oh, okay. The Genbu retexture. I like his staff. Oh, yeah, so this is their queen. Wood. Yeah. Are we about to get fisted? You'd think I'd remember that. The Sestasha mechanic? The mechanic everyone ignores? I didn't think that'd ever get reused. Oh god. Don't fist me, bro. Don't fist me. Narrowly avoided getting fisted. Ah. Just another Wednesday. Well, thank you very much for the assist, Quizzle. Oh, and now they all show up. To be fair, if I'd leveled them, I could have done this as a trust. But... Ooh, I need music. But don't think I'm bothered by any of the other junk. Playing 13 is tickling that 12 itch. Now.
This structure must have served an important function. And here are yet more crystals.
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos seem to employ them in their spellcasting.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation. That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
What's up? Thank you all for joining us at the Ninda in these most perilous times. By the summoning of Zodiark have we been granted a reprieve. Yet immutable as the laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much to the convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings. I had hoped that the defector at least would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. Whither tend your thoughts, Venat? Where you lead, we will follow. Isn't Venat the first stage evolution of Venomoth? I shall not speak ill of the convocation. They too seek only to secure the future of our star. Yet it is plain that they will not countenance a permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we prepared to something, I didn't get to read it. Are we prepared to pursue our chosen course even should it mean suffering the eternal condemnation of our brethren? If so, I see no other course of action. Let us bring forth the light that shall ever after keep the darkness in check. So this is them summoning or creating Eidolon.
So, it was they who first summoned Eidolon.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Venar before.
For a certainty, Emet-Selch never uttered the name, speak though he did of the schism which Zodiark's advent wrought upon mankind. Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained, and to that end they call forth she who would serve as his shackles. We now know that it was this Venar to whom they looked for leadership.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that. I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image? The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
Thousands upon thousands of hours of recorded Zoom meetings that could have been an email. Vena, please, why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it were another, any other. You are our leader. None can take your place. You know as well as I that but few support our cause. Far fewer than they who place their faith in Zodiark. If Hydaelyn is to stand a chance of opposing him, I am the only one who might suffice as her heart. Rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world. The form I take shall ever remain my choice. Then I will press you no more. Only know this. You will be sorely missed. I wonder, is this how the Convocation felt about Elidibus? Did Elidibus serve as the heart of Zodiark?
What? Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiark's heart?
7 hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
Shit's fucked, mate. The device appears to activate via a form of ethereal attunement, not unlike an aetherite. Beyond that, I can say little for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains. No response. Confound it. If I may, milady, the panel did formerly emit a soft yet perceptible glow. That it doth so no longer may betoken the depletion of some essential energy within. Given how long it's lain dormant, I think it fortunate it functioned at all. That may be, but if we can't get it to work again, we'll be leaving with more questions than we've answered. The white-robed emissary hath ever named himself Elidibus, yet if the shade spoke true, Elidibus ceased to be ere even the sundering came to pass. This calleth to mind a truth that Emet-Selch did once reveal in passing, that the names by which we know our foes are not those given to Asians at birth. Rather, they are titles of office, afforded to individuals of merit at such time as the role becometh vacant. Perchance, the Elidibus at Zodiark's heart and the emissary with whom we are acquainted be not one and the same, but predecessor and successor. It's possible. If the previous Elidibus perished before the final days, the one we know could still be a survivor of the Sundering. And yet, something in that explanation rings false. I'll remain for a time. I would not abandon my attempts to revive the device so soon. There's more to learn here. I can feel it. In matters of etherology, I know of none as capable as thee, If there existeth a means to learn more, thou wilt surely find it. Whilst thou art thus engaged, we shall attend to matters on the surface. You may now enter Emet-Selch Anida with a party of trusts. And this is the last quest of 5.2, sorry. Can we but uncover Elidibus's true origins, we may yet come to understand his designs. To that end, Y'shtola must needs be afforded as much time as she doth require to complete her investigation. To the extent that such things are within our control, yes. Speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress with the spirit vessel. He will no doubt wish to hear of our own discoveries as well, such as they are. Hello?
Dare I ask what's going on?
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem. The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so. In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time. But a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found. As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
It's you! The Warrior of Darkness! You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
You can do your bit now.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need. That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
You leaving creates problems for people. People, chocobos, you name it.
And we're trying to do the same. We may have our sky back, but there's no shortage of people who still need help. If we follow in your footsteps, then I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day. Even warriors of light.
What are we to say to that? We can hardly tell them they are mistaken. They seek but to do good, as you have.
But no more can we stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
What's happening to the sky?
Meteor? No, the final days.
What the?
Wicked White.
Is he trying to force a bunch of people to awaken to the power of light? To help shift the balance
by the
towards
12th.
the light again?
A star shower.
I hear a voice.
You and all? And why does it feel like it's inside my head? Hear? Feel? Think?
I hear it.
Is this going to awaken the other scions to the echo as well?
Did I not tell you, my friends? You are warriors of light! You're back! What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold!
Or is it a matter of dilution?
I'm a warrior of light.
Hydaelyn only has so much power.
I've been chosen?
So by splitting it amongst so many people, he's trying to weaken each individual's strength. Whereas Zodiark can channel their power through a much more particular selection.
Wait! The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked? Nay, I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls. That which you and yours call the echo. And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it. But though sundered and forgotten through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end. Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability. Just as Hydaelyn is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
The Echo hath ever been thought a gift from Hydaelyn, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto? her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant. In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
Just so. And whenever Hydaelyn has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light. And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
From what? There is no great threat to the world anymore. I mean, Elidibus is the great threat, we presume. The more Elidibus reveals, the less I understand. That he has made a fine mess of things is plain. He is gone then. I've managed to persuade a number of our would-be deserters to reconsider, or at least delay their departure, but as many are deaf to my entreaties. Young Thelier and Vonard among them, I'm sorry to say. They have quit the guard. Nevertheless, I wish them well. Whatever Elidibus's plans for them might be, the pair have only ever had the best of intentions. One can hardly blame them for thinking themselves heroes elect, not after having been blessed with the Echo. It's not as if they haven't shown the requisite spirit. I quite agree, though the impetus for their sudden departure may have been words falsely spoken, the men and women in those whose footsteps they would follow are heroes in truth. Warriors of light. Ardbert, yourself, most of all. And so I would ask a favour of you. Speak with them ere they embark on their journey, and furnish them with what wisdom you can. They set off for the Amaro launch, but you should still be able to catch them if you leave now. Worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, the Elder Seedseer took the time to usher you out into the wider world many moons ago. I think the comparison rather flatters Thelier and Vonard, but the point still stands. They would doubtlessly be greatly encouraged were the Warrior of Darkness herself to see them off. If thou art willing, I prithee go. Thou mayest safely leave the task of unfolding that which did transpire at Anmensis to leave to us. Fuck my words, what, huh? So thinking about it, logically, wouldn't the Warrior of Light's nemesis be the Warrior of Darkness? And is that going to be Elidibus's pitch? Possibly. You again? I mean, it's you, milady. Sorry, it's been a funny old day. You can be sure we'll take those words to heart. Still can't believe it. You coming all this way just to speak to us. I swear we won't let you down. So long as it helps someone, we'll do what needs doing out there, no matter how small. And when larger threats loom, we'll be ready to face them. You see if we aren't. The path shall ever be revealed to those who are true of heart. Well, what are you waiting for? Get out there! We'll be off then. Farewell, Warrior of Darkness. And thank you. Thank you for making the effort. I'm certain your words will be a boon to them. While you were away, the others told me of your investigation. We have yet to discuss how to proceed, however. While your findings in Emet-Selch and Ida do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary, we are no closer to discerning his design. Nor do I know of any other potential avenue of investigation. For which reason, we must needs turn to Y'shtola's ingenuity and wait for her efforts to revive the Ancient's device to bear fruit. What if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plan compels him to court public attention. He shouldn't be impossible to find. Especially for one of your experience. It does seem worth the attempt. Then I'll come with you. Safety in numbers. In combat, perhaps, but where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting myself caught, so you've no need to worry. Nor do I intend to vanish for moons on end. We still have the empty to attend to, don't we? Alright, then I look forward to your return. Then it sounds like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elidibus to look too closely at our movements. Insofar as it is possible, I recommend we limit our activities to the Crystarium. Speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made any progress with the spirit vessel? Of course. We are presently studying the principles underpinning memory transference and, I believe, nearing the requisite level of understanding. Less hearteningly, practical trials of transference methods suitable for use with the vessel have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. But there are still many promising possibilities we have yet to test. Indeed, though it may take some time yet, we are well on our way to a solution. And I shall not rest until one is found. Though we are all grateful for thine unstinting efforts, thou needest not labour to the exclusion of all else. If it would serve to lighten thy burden, however little, I should gladly offer mine assistance. Quite I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure the Crystarium continues to run smoothly, in spite of recent disruptions. Then perhaps I could help. There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty. Thank you, all of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plans into disarray, at which time your services will be in particular demand. That being the case, perhaps you might take this opportunity to retire to your suite at the Pendants. No. Yeah, it's late. It's nearly fucking 1. Jesus Christ, I've got work. A pleasure as always, Mistress Bunn. I'm relieved to see you were unharmed in the earlier commotion, though, if I may, you do look somewhat wary. I presume you'll be retiring to your suite? Very good. Do let me know if there's anything that you require. They just wanted to show off that water. Mistress Bunn, it's Glennard from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for calling so late. A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from that business with the cardinal virtues. I mean, it's all of them. All of them. Lou Reek, I think, was our favorite. Maybe. I don't remember it that well. So. What charming accommodations. I had come to dine at the Wandering Stairs, you see, when I spied a considerable gathering of locals. Then the sky caught fire, and, well... You must know what it all means. Anything you care to share with a friend? That is alarming, to say the least. It's all well and good that others have come to appreciate the Warriors of Light, but we cannot allow this charlatan to exploit their legacy. So... Yes, why not? We shall reform the indomitable duo that is Reekin after, and put an end to his shenanigans. Eager as ever, I see. Yes, I know. No need to say it. You've no intention of involving me. I'm stupid, but I'm not naive. You're the better hunter, and the better person besides. Reminded of Render Ray, though it's hardly a surprise, is it? For her sake, for all of this, show this pretender what it truly means to be a hero. Meanwhile, in the Crystal Tower's umbilicus... I take it that wasn't a good...
Foiled again. If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
Art thou unwell?
Or perhaps a brief respite? It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I'm fine. And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
Bitch be looking fabulous. I much prefer this outfit.
The dream again.
Meanwhile, in Source... Elizabeth?
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details? I've always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze. Indeed. Could Emet-Selch have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days. The final days? Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale.
Okay, so he's an Ascian, but he isn't one of the paragons.
The tale of the world's end.
Way more heroes. Awesome. And with that, we've completed patch 5.2. So we now have patch 5.3, which I believe 5.3 is what then unlocks the final tier of the Eden raids. Maybe. I might be wrong. Who knows? Not me. Whoops. But I'm pretty sure it does. And then 5.4... I assume leads into is rather than it being like post Shadowbringers, it's more pre Endwalker. I assume. I have no idea, but I assume. So yeah, if there is a stream over the weekend, like, it would probably be on Sunday, because my parents will leave relatively early in the evening or late afternoon, so there might be a stream Sunday evening. It'll probably be more Final Fantasy, just because I might not have the energy to it's this weird thing of, because I'm really enjoying Metaphor, I want to play it properly. So I don't want to play it when I know that I'm just going to be tired and not have the energy for it, you know? Ooh. Oh, we got Rydia's chess piece from Final Fantasy IV. Yes, that's exactly what that's based off of. I'm pretty sure I have the pants for that. But so next stream we might, especially if we have help, there's 12 quests in 5.3, but there's 2 duties. So, in fact, let's go. I don't want to fuck about with the pendant. So assuming that we can get through all of that, the stream afterwards might be focusing on Eden. Although I would definitely want to get at least one person to help us for Eden. Ideally, like 2 or 3 people that want to do it all unsynced with me. That would be awesome. But yeah, so the next Friday stream could be Eden, or it could be doing the weapon side quest chain to unlock those trials. We will have to see, 1, how I'm feeling, and 2, whether or not I can get people that want to do stuff with me. Okay, so and yeah, it's there. So obviously that isn't quite right. But this is Rydia's chest piece and bottoms. The bottoms are really odd because it's just a loincloth with like tights. But yeah, that's the Moon Ward casting set. I'd be interested to see the headpiece and whether or not that works for Viera, because I remember Rydia has a relatively ornate sort of set of chains and headrests stuff, but I haven't looked into what the rest of the set looks like. Of course, I like things in black. But I don't know. I don't think that's good enough to replace, like, this. Or this. I do kind of want a new headpiece for my caster glams. I want something that's a bit better than this. But at the moment, it's kind of hard to find much better than flaming animal skull. But from seeing what the healing set looks like from Pagalathan, I'd be interested to see what the casting set looks like. Because I do actually really like that chest piece. Like, yes, it's skimpy, but I actually kind of like the top like that, where it's a sort of asymmetrical thing with the tattoos, and then it very easily goes into the like different arm pieces that I already have. Like I have the Signifer's ones with the black tattoos, so if the caster one has darker tattoos than that, then yeah, that's a great chest and arm piece combination. And it would still fit with being fiery like that. But that is a level 80 dungeon, but I think it's the last one before Endwalker. So we're a little bit a ways from that, but we're making good pace. We are making good pace. I'm kind of rambling because I'm tired. There will be a stream tomorrow. And currently the plan is for it to be Metaphor, because I want to play more Metaphor. If nothing else, I want to finish the stream of Metaphor tomorrow with me in a dungeon, so that I can potentially farm stuff off stream a little bit over the weekend. But there most likely won't be a stream on Friday. There won't be a stream on Saturday. There might be one on Sunday, but only in the evening. but then Monday and Tuesday there will be streams during the day, but not in the evening. You got it? Good. Thank you very much for watching, and I will catch you next time. Later.